Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan. And yes, we are back for one last Macintosh stream. And let's see here. Let's quickly get to what we've got to work on. But don't worry, we won't get to working on it too quickly. We got the coffee goal, link is in the description. Let's see here who we have in the chat. We have Francois, says, oh no, I was going to bed. Hi, Francois. Going back to the top of the chat, we have Mike's Future Retro. Hi, Mike. We have Gutbomb asking, could it be just in time? And I was looking for a logic board, and I can't find it. Hi, Jason. We have Jesse, I83D6SX. Hi, Jesse. We have SadMac356. Hi, SadMac. We have Callan. Hi, Callan. Callan says, it happens to me daily. Howdy, y'all. Yep. And let's see where we have SJ Brian EXE. Hi, SJ. And we've got Garth. Garth says, yay, Quadro 605. Hi, Garth. Except in my case, it is an LC475, but yes, the Quadro 605 is the same logic board, just a different, fancier case. All right, let's see here. We got that announcement out of the way. Now I need to get something else out of the way because it is in my way. You can't tell, I'm kind of scooted back from the bench a bit because we need to take care of the following.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
Yes, I've been saving a regret for a rainy day, and I guess it was raining this morning. Maybe it was. Or at least a day I didn't have any other regret. So we have a box that was sitting at my feet, which is why it was in my way, from an eBay seller in Washington State. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Washington. This could be from that eBay seller that sells lots of stuff in Washington. I am not sure from the name. I do seemingly remember, though, it had a buy it now price, and usually that seller does auction. But that seller does occasionally do buy it now. Maybe to get a feeling for how much people are willing to pay for things. But it could be a different seller. Anyways, let's get this opened up and... Alright. Yes. There was going to be no hiding of what this is. Oh, whoops. I thought I switched it to table cam. Now I can switch it to table cam. We have an IBM keyboard. This is an IBM model. It smells musty. I don't know what keyboard it is because there are no labels on the bottom. None, zip, zilch, nada. The thing weighs a ton. It only has an IBM personal computer badge on it, so probably tell why I might have bought it. does have a iconic springy keyboard feel to it. Gupbomb says, Model F, I am pretty sure. And Garth says, good old zombie whacker. That is, yeah. So it does have the XT keyboard connector on it, so I do know that despite the fact that when I first saw it, it looked like it was for a portable personal computer with the little funky ears. That's for the XT, or probably the PC. So, Jesse says, I had a moment of weakness and bought the Magitronic case from Stan Shi Computers. Yeah, I kind of thought that might be the case. Anyways, I don't necessarily need to have the exact keyboard for every computer I own, because keyboards are hard to store, and sometimes keyboards are hard to find and hurt the wallet when you find them. However, I think this is one of those items that I did not think about the purchase for too long before I purchased it when I saw the price, and I'm going to look it up because I need to mentally justify my purchase again. And this keyboard, and I will confirm or not whether this is from the seller, or I thought it might be. It's been a while since I bought this. Yes, this did come from Commander Scott, which I have purchased from before. And yes, the buy it now price. Okay, first the description said it was working pulled. Untested further, good overall cosmetic condition. See pictures, could use some cleaning. Keyboard only, sold as pictured and as is. I've had... Oh, and actually this was an auction style format. I thought it was buy it now, but I won it with one bid, and my winning bid was the starting bid of $69.99 plus shipping. Yeah, Commander Scott gets you on the shipping, as Callan says. Yes, yes, the shipping was like $30. However, it was at least packaged fairly well, because it did have plenty of bubble wrap around it. Gupbomb says, that is a pretty good price as long as shipping wasn't crazy. I hope... I mean, okay, so maybe I overpaid a little bit, but it was an eBay seller I've dealt with before, and at least I knew that... Oh, Callan says that's actually pretty good for him. Yep. So, I thought it came right over $100 after tax and shipping. And it did look like it was in decent shape. There weren't any missing keycaps. I was like, okay. Gutbomb says that's an early Model F, good price. All right. I thought it was a good price, so that's why I went for it. And now at least I guess the one thing is, while I don't necessarily need the keyboard for every computer I have, I figured I could use an extra XT keyboard because reasons. First of all, XT protocol is different than AT protocol. So, it sometimes helps to have an extra XT native keyboard for testing and debug. And now I have a keyboard that I have to find a place to put it. SJ Bryan says, I rescued my Model F from someone's estate along with a 5150 and a 5151. The bottom of the keyboard is rusted a bit, so I sanded it and put some 2X white on the bottom. Nice. Francois says, why have one keyboard per computer when you can have two? And I'm going to have to insert at twice the price. All right, now let me see if I can find a place to put this where it will not fall on my feet on a day where I don't happen to be wearing safety-toed shoes. or where it will fall on the floor anyways, because that might break plastic. No, Gut Bomb, there is not a switch on the keyboard. If there is a switch on the keyboard, I do not see it. I don't know what the... I thought Model F keyboards were... Yeah, I think it is a pure XT keyboard. Jesse says, I have safety standards. We're good, yeah. Hi, Kevin, welcome. And we have Joseph Morris. Hi, Joseph. Joseph says, even though I usually do not watch the whole stream, I always like to stop and say hello. This old stuff is awesome. Yes. And we have Mega. Ahoy. Ahoy, Mega. Garth's asking, what do the keys sound like? All right. Before I put the keyboard away and start to work on this LC, let's see here. Let me turn off the filters. Which means you're probably going to hear the blower fan and the dinosaur. So actually, let me turn the blower fan and the dinosaur off, which probably will mean the dehumidifier will kick on, because that's usually the way it works. But I will momentarily turn off the fan and the dinosaur so that now, hopefully I can give you an accurate key sound. There's the space bar. Standard keys. That's the enter key. That's the plus key. Oh. That's one of the F keys that has a southern twang to it. It's a little out of tune, but Garth says Southern Twang F. Yes. All right. That Bum says Model F keys have a really nice resistance. Yeah, they do feel really nice. They've got a nice tactile feel to them still. And I don't feel any keys that are like extra crunchy. Garth says, okay, gotta make supper, make this 475 live. Alright, that is my intention. Callan says, Retronaut just did a video on restoring one of these. It's built like a tank. Jesse says, hitting the enter key angrily on one of those is satisfying. Oh yeah, that is. Gutbomb says, sorry, I fell asleep last night before the end. Can I get a recap? I am all out of the Gutbomb-sized capacitors. Ba-doom boom. All right, let me set this keyboard aside, and then I will give everyone an update as to the status of my LC475 board. Bob says I only take polymers. All right. So I think I had a total of 3 boards on the bench last night. So this is the first one we started with. We got Diagnostics to run on it. I think Gutbomb was watching during this one, but I'm just going to recap it for everyone on. This one, the Diagnostics told us we have a data bus error on D12. I was not able to find any broken traces, so I have a feeling we have a bad memory chip. And the logic board I was looking for was a 6100 board that Gutbomb thought used the same memory chips as this. I didn't want to I don't really want to steal the memory chip off of one of these other boards if I think I can repair them, because those are actually kind of close to plastic. And if I steal the memory off of one of these boards, I'm going to risk the plastic on the board I need to repair, but I'd rather not also risk the plastic on the other board too, especially if I think I can repair it. So this one is pending me finding some memory chips. I did find a sim on my bench. I was going to check to see what memory chips are on it, but I think we need to try replacing U9, I believe it is, which is where data bit 12 is, which I think the memory chips are out of order, because I do distinctly remember looking at which chip it was and thinking, well, that's not the one I would have expected. Anyways, so that's board number 1. It probably needs to go through the ultrasonic cleaner because of the amount of flux and contact cleaner that's sprayed on it. It has a sheen. All right, the second board is probably the first one that I've tried to repair. This is the one that was in the dealer upgrade machine. It has been, both these first two boards have been recapped. This board, I tried running diagnostics on it, and all the diagnostics passed. But the problem with it is there's no video out signal. So I don't know why we don't get a video out, and I've removed the VRAM from these because I only have a few VRAM modules, and I was swapping VRAM between boards. So I did have VRAM in it when I tested it. We still got no video signal, because actually I think a lack of VRAM would SADMAC it. Just not necessarily right away. But yeah, we get a chime on it. No, never get a video signal. Diagnostics passed, so it's a stumper. It may be... we'll have to see. I don't know what the problem is with it. But anyways, that's board number 2. I did manage to find board number 3, which I think was the one I first wanted to start with in this Macintosh series. So this is one I had bought from Stan Shi Computers. So this board, so I pulled this board out, I looked at it, tried to get diagnostics to run, got no response. Then I happened to look at the serial chip here, and it was gross looking underneath. So I actually removed the chip and then installed another one from a parts Mac, and diagnostics still isn't running. So I don't know what state this one's in, because it hasn't been recapped, so I can't hear what the audio circuit's doing. So the first thing we're going to do to this board is we are going to recap the... we're going to recap most of the capacitors. And I will get to that in a moment. But so far, I don't know what the status of this is. But this is the one we're going to start with. Because David Starbuck has entered the chat. Hi, David. And Jesse says here, my boss heard me hit the enter angrily from the other side of the room with my Model M a couple weeks ago. which David says, why are you hitting other keyboards with another keyboard? Yeah, Sadback then says, I read that as his boss heard him hit the enter key on said keyboard from across the room. David says, I thought was trying to make a funny, yes. Jesse says, me English, so good. All right, so we are going to replace the following capacitors, and I will give my rationale why. I think you'll agree with me here. So I'm going to replace these 4 because they are in the audio circuit. Without replacing these 4, I will probably never hear what the audio circuit's doing. So if we're getting a happy chime or a sad Mac, I would never hear it. So we're going to replace these 4. I am going to replace, I think it is these 3, because these are the main capacitors for the 3 voltage rails. I think it is this one, and this one. So I'm going to replace those because I know the serial port is going to use -5 volts, and if, like, the -5 volt cap down here is, like, not working correctly, it might be affecting voltage to the serial chip, and it might not work correctly, which might be why it wasn't communicating. And then, because this is possibly used by the serial chip, I mean, it could be just a generic bulk capacitance for power smoothing for the whole board, but it could also be used by the serial chip. So I was thinking that we may need to replace this one. I'll check the cap. Like, if this is for the serial chips, especially if it's used for maybe some, like, charge pump or something to send the serial signal, then this one may also be required for the serial to work. Yeah, I do need the serial chip to actually work properly. So last night, I thought all I needed to do was just replace the audio ones, but I think I do need to get this one, and probably should just go ahead and hit the main power rails, just to rule that out. Now, I am going to wait, and I will replace these later if the board looks like it's a repair candidate. And that's just because you can see there's plastic and plastic on both sides of them. They're kind of difficult to get out and replace. And these are probably really only required for if you've got a hard drive or PDS slot potentially, but probably mainly for the hard drive. And I just want to see that we get the blinking question mark. I don't care about a hard drive at the moment. So I'm going to ignore these. And I was also going to probably ignore the one that is not on the main power rails down here. Just only because if this board's a parts board, like if I do this recap and we still have no response from the board, and I think it would be better to steal parts of it to try to get one of my other LC475 boards working, or maybe hopefully both of them working, then I'd rather save the few extra tantalums, and because I can use them later. I mean, sure, I could pull them off the board, but the more heat you put on those tantalum caps, they discolor, and it's kind of an aesthetic thing. Sure, they still work, but they don't look as good. So I was kind of thinking, I'll save myself a little bit of money if I do have to declare this a parts board and save the few caps that I don't need, unless I think I can actually repair the board. So, yes, turning on smart outlets here so I can do this rework. So anyways, yes, if this board is repairable, I will recap the... Jesse says, save the 10 cents, lol. It's kind of more like maybe save $1. Jesse says, my 2 cents is free. Yeah. I mean, they're not overly expensive capacitors. It's not going to break the budget. But if the board's a loss, I would rather save the extra tantalums to put on something else. Like, if I get a board and maybe it has a shorted tantalum on it and I need a replacement, or I've gotten boards that a capacitor fell off, especially if they're Apple products. Like, for example, that video card I got that looks like it needs recap, that high-resolution video card. Apple used so many common values. A few spare capacitors from one of these kits might be what I need to recap that board. So, because I still have the one leftover capacitor from that other 475 kit. Yeah, I bought the kit. So, Yeah, I bought the kit, so I figure, well, if I can, if I declare this board as parts, then I'd rather save the few extra caps, because then I might be able to recap that high resolution video card and not have to buy caps for it. Because that's just how seemingly at this time in Apple, at least for the surface mount caps, it seems like they used a lot of the same value surface mount caps and everything. Not to say that they always used the same values on everything, but there's a lot of cases where they did use the same values, so all right. So I'm going to just double check the schematic here real quick. To just double check the capacitors. So C35 and C36. Oh, are actually the DRAM SIM bulk bypass caps. So these two here are for the DRAM. So actually, I'm going to leave them alone. Unless there's a note on the page that has the serial chips. Let's see here. Okay, that might come in handy. Floppy disk. Let's see, I think that is the serial. Or the SCSI. Yep, that's the SCSI chip. SCSI power connector. Yep, C101 and C105 are for the SCSI, for the hard drive power connector. So okay, it does look like, according to the schematic, the serial port there's some ceramic cap somewhere on the board. So I think that means the only other ones I need to replace are C127, C128, and C129, which are going to be that one, and that one. So those three. Yep. And actually, those are, yep. There's one on each of the power rails. So we'll get those three, just so at least we have some bulk capacitance on the power. And then we will get the 4 on the audio circuit, which I'm going to double check. If I can find the audio circuit page. Actually, I'm fairly sure all 4 of those caps around the audio chip are in the audio circuit, so just a matter of finding where they are on the schematic. $147 and $148. There we go. 149 and 150. Yep, those are bypass caps on the audio chip. And C136. Yep, that is a... Oh, yeah, that's on... I think that's for... Yep, on the speaker... Speaker VCC, and then there's another cap, 137 on speaker VEE. All right. Okay, very good. Let me pull up the recap guide. And then we will get to recapping this board. All right. Yep, we got 4 in the audio circuit and 3 for the main power rails. And then that should be good enough to... That should be good enough to test it. Yep. Jesse says, I fully support supporting a small business. Yes. So that is another reason I like to support Console 5, because they are a small business. And buying these kits saves me time from having to go figure out what caps I need. And it is always nice getting a fireball in the package, so... But yep. Alright. So, to remove these caps, the 4 I'm going to replace now, along with the others later, I am going to use the decap method, where I'm going to cut the top of the cap off. Right like that. And then hopefully I can get the bottom ring off. And then hopefully I can get the there we go. The rest of the leg off. Hey, Retro Tech Chris. Welcome. David Starbucks asking, Fireball, you mean a quantum fireball or the candy? The candy. Yeah, Console 5 always puts a fireball in your box. David Starbucks says, never tried the whiskey, but I've had the hard drive and the candy. The candy tasted better than the hard drive. Kevin says, that's how I've been removing caps. Yep. I just put some gentle downward pressure on the top of the cap, because I want to make sure that the pressure is going into the cap and not the board. And then, there we go. Chris says, I joined late. Can I get a recap? All right, I'll give you the short version. So this is, so yesterday we looked at, I guess, 3 boards. This is the 3rd of them. The first board we think has a bad RAM chip, and I'm trying to remember where my parts board is. Hey, Sloopy Malibu, welcome. The second board passes the diagnostics, but there's no video signal. Oh. Chris says, I'm kidding. Recap, capacitor, get it. Well, Gutbomb had asked for a recap, and he meant a summary of what happened after he went to bed. And Jesse says, we can recap 2 weekends from now. Yes, we can. But then this one, I need to recap it before I declare it dead. So I am basically doing a minimal recap. So this is the audio circuit, because I need to be able to hear if it's chiming or whatnot. So I'm going to get these 4 caps, and then I'm getting the main power caps down here, which will also let me get that crud, whatever that is beside the RAM chip, because That looks a lot like whatever was under this serial chip here that I replaced. Interestingly enough, that looks... You know I cleaned that, and yet that looks really bad right now. Chris says, which car should I drive to New Jersey? Lol. Well, let's see, Chris. You could take the Lexus, or the Lexus, or the Toyota that looks like a spitting image of the Lexus. Your choice. Or the van. Yeah, actually, the van might be the van might be a good choice for going to VCF East. Not necessarily because I plan on buying a lot of things, but it does have the practical benefit of, if we want to load up a couple extra people and go out somewhere. Chris says, yeah, having a van could be dangerous. Well, I don't know. Your van, last time we took it to New Jersey, decided that it wasn't going to let us close the passenger door on our arm. Or on air. Yeah, Chris says we'll probably take the van, haha. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, when we last went to VCF East with the van, his minivan has a sensor on it that's designed to not let you close the door on anything. And it decided to wait until we got to New Jersey, and then it decided that every time we closed the door, we were trying to close it on something and the door would open back up. And I mean, by golly, it pretty much waited until we crossed the state line, and then it started acting up. Yeah, Chris says, haha, the doors have been fixed. But didn't it, like, just as soon as we got to New Jersey, we started having trouble with that door? It wasn't long after we got to New Jersey. Maybe we got to VCF East and then it decided it was going to act up. Chris says, that sounds about right. Yeah. Yeah, I know it wasn't acting up in Virginia, and I know we got through Maryland before it started acting up. David Starbucks says his van didn't like New Jersey. Chris says the van didn't know what to do. No left turns were allowed. Yeah. Seriously. But yeah, we'll definitely have to go check out Vinny's again. I'm looking forward to that. I think we can behave ourselves, Sloopy. I think. Thomas Armstrong, welcome. Yes, this is an LC475. And I'm doing a little recap here. So I do realize, for those of you that have just joined, there are still some electrolytic caps that are on the board. I'm not recapping everything just yet. Woo, buddy. Smells like filet-o-fish down in here. Turn my fan on. Jesse says, good thing I have a Mazda 3 now. It's the smallest four-door vehicle they offer. Yep, VCF East. April, what? 17th through 19th or something like that. I don't remember the exact dates, but it's on my calendar. Just look for me wearing my hat. Yep, 17th through 19th at the Info Age Science and Technology Museums in Wall Township, New Jersey. Tickets are available online now. You can get the I think up till the day before the show, I think you can buy them online and get the online price. Which I want to say is 10% off the at the door price or something like that. And you'd have to look the pricing on the website because it depends on how many days you want to buy tickets for. Oh, Jesse says, I'm starting the journey on the 15th. I'm stopping at an uncle's place in Ohio. Chris says, yeah, finally a year where I don't have a conflict. Yep, about 4 hours from there. I think it's about 5.5 hours from me, give or take. Jesse says, does East have the arcade tradition like Midwest? Yeah. Yep, there in Asbury Park, New Jersey, there is a pinball museum. And, yep, Saturday night. Whew. Good news. I did not lose those pads. Because last board I recapped, I lost those two pads. Or, well, I think all of one and most of the others. I had to put a little funny looking Bodge wire there, but so I mean, I could have told you these capacitors were leaking before I removed them and smelled filet-o-fish. Actually, it's worse than filet-o-fish. I don't know. I used to love the filet-o-fish sandwich, but now ever since I started recapping boards, I don't think I've had a filet-o-fish sandwich. I require a higher quality of fish. Retro Check Chris says, better a filet-o-fish than a big arch. Yeah. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, we'll fix that. We'll take you to Vinny's. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Vinny's. So in Wall Township, there is it's a Italian restaurant. Vinny's. Quite honestly, a nice local restaurant. The chicken parm. The chicken parm's good. Pizza's good. Subs are good. It's actually just like a nice little local place. In fact, if you're there lunch or dinner time, all the locals, all sorts of locals come in. So you know what, if the locals are eating at a place, you know it's good. And they're down, and quite honestly, they're reasonable too. I mean, sure, it's New Jersey. You're going to be paying more anyways than like me in this part of Virginia, but quite honestly, for what you get, it's downright reasonable. Menu. It's like your standard Italian fare. So they got pizzas, subs, strombolis, chicken parm, eggplant parm. Maybe Chris might see if he can pull up the menu, or someone might. And I am going to have a slice of the New York cheesecake if they have any in stock, because oh boy, was that. I had a slice last time I was there. That was good. I don't need it, but man, New York cheesecake is good. And in fact, I think if she told me that she gets it from New York City. It's actually New York. I mean, it's authentic New York cheesesteak. New York cheesecake. Yeah, they have cheese steaks too. I'm going to get hungry talking about this. Thomas says the best New York cheesecake I had was from Rochester, New York. Yeah, I could believe that. I think that area knows their cheesecakes. There we go. Retro Tech Chris pulled through for the menu. Oh, he says, I think this is it. I will look and confirm. Actually, yeah, I think that is it. So I was a little mistaken. I said Wall Township, but actually I think it is Belmar. Oh yeah, that looks right. Yeah, that looks like the right area because I remember passing a bunch of these places to get there. Should be like the world's loneliest Hardee's somewhere on this map. But yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, it's near ShopRite, and there's like the world's loneliest Hardee's on the like one of the corners near it, and the yeah, and the estate park. SJ says in New Jersey there's Belmar near Wall Township and Belmar, spelled differently but pronounced the same. Oh boy, that could not be. That definitely could not be confusing in the least. Just like I was reading a news article, and it was talking about people who were like, or maybe it wasn't a news article, but it was something talking about people who accidentally tried to fly in or fly out, or possibly successfully flew in or flew out, or tried to fly out of the wrong airport. And apparently one common one is Reagan National and Dulles get confused because the airport code for Reagan National is DCA. And if I guess there's some people that think DCA has to be Dulles because Dulles begins with a D, but actually I think DCA comes from the name of the airport before it was renamed to Reagan National. Yeah, Dulles is actually IAD. So yeah, if you want to fly out of Dulles, you need to fly out of IAD. If you go to Dulles with a ticket that's leaving from DCA, then you are probably going to miss your flight because Reagan is far enough away that you've probably missed your flight when you've made that mistake. Yeah, at Retro Tech Chris says, if you go to Dulles, stop by and say hello. Yeah. Sloopy says, I was at BWI last Saturday evening. Oh, that's right. It was, I think it was a Threads, something on Threads, people talking about airline travel mistakes. And yeah, there was one where I think this hotel in Washington, D.C. gets a call from this person who's kind of irate, and they're asking all sorts of questions about, like, when can they check in and whatnot. Or can they come pick them up at the airport? Oh, that's right. Yeah, I guess it was a hotel with a shuttle bus. And they were kind of asking, can you come pick me up? I'm at the airport. And they ask, which airport? And they say, I'm at BWI. And the reply back was, oh, so you're in Baltimore. This was a hotel in Washington, D.C. Yeah, might want to try again with your hotel. Chris says, I'll be right next to Reagan tomorrow. Loopy says, I was at BWI last Saturday. Yep, I was. Alright, so we are going to... Alright, now that I've removed these caps, I've cleaned the board, and fortunately, so far, we haven't had any caps fall off. Yeah, David says DCA was Washington National Airport originally. Oh, yeah, DCA, DC Airport. Sloopy says, I will not be going to any airport or any big city for a while. I have had my fill of big cities. All right. So I put flux on the board because I'm going to put solder on my soldering iron, and then I'm going to use that to solder that capacitor down. So even though I'm using flux core solder, the thing is the flux is going to burn off before I touch the board, so. Plus, I think it helps the solder flow a little more in case there's any residual oxidation from the leaky capacitors. Jesse says, I have to go to an airport occasionally for work. It's a small one, otherwise I agree. Yeah. So these are there's two caps on this board that are a different value than the rest. And these two caps are that different value. So these are, I think, 100 microfarad, 6.3 volt. And then the rest of the caps I need to install are 47 microfarad, 16 volt. And again, for anyone that just joined, I'm only replacing At the moment, I'm only replacing 5 caps, just enough so that I can try to run diagnostics on this board and be able to hear if the board is chiming. And also to hear the if I'm actually in diagnostics mode. Sloopy says, I will not go to any town of more than 10,000 annoyances. Oh, sorry, I mean residents. David Starbucks says, I live in a big city with a small airport. Actually, it has like 5 small airports, never mind. All right. So there we go. There's 2 of our caps. I think those actually look... Yeah, I think that's good enough for government work. I.e., I'm not going to try to make those look any better because I will inevitably make it worse trying to make it better. Yeah, they are a little crooked, but quite honestly, when you're you put it back in the case and you're not really looking, you probably wouldn't notice. Except I just told you they are probably a little crooked, but actually that's not too bad. But yeah, sometimes you just have to know when to stop trying to make it look better because you'll make it worse. All right, so let's see here. Oh, actually, it's 5 more caps. So it's a total of 7 I'm replacing. The 4 in the audio circuit and the 3. Jesse says, good enough for government work. I resent that. Thomas says, I live in a city with a small international airport. I live in a place that doesn't have an international airport, but it would totally not surprise me if they decided to become an international airport just to make them sound bigger. And yeah, I did catch the fact that I had that capacitor on backwards. Because yeah, I don't know what I was looking at when I looked at the polarity marking, but I obviously saw something on the board that was not a polarity marking. Because the polarity mark for that cap is actually right there. Yeah, it would totally not surprise me if our local airport decided to become an international airport just so it sounded bigger. Although, quite honestly, at that point, you're probably better off just going to Richmond or Dulles at that point. David Starbucks says, lots of private airports for skydivers here. By private, I mean it's one person's personal airport. Here we go. Jesse says the airport in Green Bay calls themselves an international airport, but it only has 2 concourses. I mean, I don't think there's a rule that says you have to have more than 1 concourse to be an international airport. I think it's more if is there customs available at the airport? Yeah, a big airport can land anything. Yeah, our airport's not. Well, actually, I think our airport has a runway long enough to land Air Force One. But granted, I think that's because the Air Force can land a big plane in a small amount of runway. But I think they did extend the runway at our airport so that it was long enough so that Air Force One could land if it needed to. This chip had some grunge around it, so I just kind of was trying to clean that up. If anyone's wondering what I'm doing before I replace those 2 capacitors. Still kind of looks gross under that chip. And Sadmax says, I always forget we have an airport in my area. Thomas says, had an A380 land, that was funny. There we go. Whatever was under that RAM chip, I think I flushed it out. All right. We'll start with that cap there. Which I'm actually going to have to turn this board. There we go. Jesse says, I found a random Cisco 3750 switch doing something at that customs office. No one knew about it for years. All right. So, luckily, yeah, this board has a ROM socket. Now, it has the ROMs on board, but it does have the ROM socket. So I'm thinking this might be an early LC475 board. All right, there we go. So there's that cap. So on the LC475, all the polarity markings for the capacitors they're all correct. Because it's one of the LCs, and I want to say it's the LC3. One of the caps, the polarity for one of the caps is marked backwards on the board. Thomas says, I still have some ROM sockets for Macs in a box. Cool. Yeah. So yeah, I've got the three LC475 boards, but only this one has the ROM socket. Because there's where the ROM socket would go on that board. Also, this board doesn't have, there's a switch that I think gets populated there, S2. So this board doesn't have the switch or the ROM socket. And this board doesn't have the switch or the ROM socket. But this one here that I'm currently working on has the switch and the ROM socket. But it has the onboard ROM, so I wonder if Apple started putting ROM sockets on them because maybe they thought they'd have to update the ROM. But then probably for cost reasons, they stopped populating it. I'm kind of surprised that they populated the ROM socket at all, given there's onboard ROMs, but which tells me that they must have had some reason to think that they were going to use the ROM socket. Oh yeah, they removed it for money, that's for sure. Because the ROM sim slot would cost money, and in fact well, actually Apple, ooh, okay, that is going to make that slightly more difficult to solder this capacitor. I think I'm going to move it. I'm going to have to move it forward a little more than I want. And actually, I'm going to have to solder this off screen so I can. Don't worry. If I do melt solder, you will know it soon enough. Or melt plastic. All right, I think I got it. There we go. Actually, I think that might be a. think that socket might actually be impregnated with something because I'm fairly sure my soldering iron was touching it for a few seconds, and I don't think I melted it. And yet, I'm fairly sure I got the solder joint there. I'm just going to be happy with that being slightly crooked. All right. So there we go. So we've got the 3 main capacitors on the power rails. And we got the 4 for the audio circuit. So that should be enough. Should be enough to power up the board and get a chime if it's going to chime. All right. So I am going to give it VRAM. I put some contact cleaner in the socket just in case I got flux in it or something. All right, I don't know why the VRAM doesn't want to. There we go. Okay, 2 VRAMs. Power. Battery, because these can be finicky without battery power. I am going to plug in the serial cable. And okay, I'm not going to plug in video because we're going to go into diag mode most likely. Well, we are going to go into diag mode. One way or another. All right, let's see here. All right, so 3, 2, 1. Oh, no chime. Oh, wait a minute. I got, what's that on the board? Oh, I got bits of something on the board. There was no chime. Try running the diagnostic test. And it's not responding. Maybe I should try hitting the reset button here. Because I see this is for the hard drive power connector. Yeah, it's not responding to serial. The power supply should be happy. This is a known good power supply. In fact, it's actually a modern power supply replacement. So I have negative 5 volts, 12 volts, and 5 volts. I'm using this power supply because I know that it's not going to do what LC power supplies usually do. I mean, I will plug in the video cable. The system did respond to a control open Apple reset. David's asking, is there anything under the board shorting it out? The answer should be no. It's doing the same thing that it was doing before I recapped it. Yeah, I don't see anything that's shorting it. I do see some scratches on the underside of the board. We might have to look at the underside of the board and where those scratches are, just to check. I mean, I could, I don't know why it would help, but I could put some. Yeah, it's a known good battery. No, I don't think putting that sim in is doing anything. No, that didn't do anything. I would like to, though, while I've got the sim out, check to see what part numbers the memory is on it. $42,4400. Oh, okay, that is not what I thought it was. Okay, that is not a parts donor. I can let me double check the battery, but I was using it yesterday on the other boards. like 2.8 volts, which should be high enough. I mean, I guess I could. Alright, I just did the jump start thing in case that. Nope, it is not responding to serial communications. Oh. I don't see anything alarming on the thermal camera. Okay, there is something we could rule out. So this is not the same CPU as I was using on the other two boards. This is the CPU that was in this board when I got it. Seeing as how I've already managed to get one 475 board with a CPU that had less than a full complement of pins. Alright, well, it does look like I have all the pins. I'll put some contact cleaner down in there. Just to make sure. I'm almost tempted to also go get my ROM sim. In the event the onboard ROMs are bad. I don't know if the ROM sim will boot this Mac. Because I think it was more intended for an 030 Mac, but well, it would be a good sanity check. Yeah, I've never seen one with the ROM sim populated either. So I'm actually Capcom says an 030 ROM sim won't work. I don't know. In the event there's like something under one of these chips that's. Ian says there's a logic board under them. That could be the cause of your problem. Hmm. Sadmek says, well, right now it does seem to be the cause. I am. I mean, I realize the board needs recapped, but I was thinking I would at least get some life out of it. All right, we'll take a look at the underside of this board. There are a few scratches. I didn't see anything that looked hugely alarming, but all right. I don't know what that thing is. Oh, oh, that that thing I was looking at and was thinking it didn't look like it was soldered. That's one of the alignment pegs from the battery holder. So there's no solder that's supposed to be there because that's plastic. All right. There is some crud between some of the scuzzy pins. I don't think that I don't think that's enough to keep it from trying to power on. Ooh. That trace looks questionable. Let me see if I can find a point where that trace goes that I can test it. It's that outer trace. Oh, thank you, Stian. All right, Stian says my fundraiser looks sad. Let's get it started. Thank you. Okay, that. Honestly, I think that we're looking for what's still that outer trace, which comes all the way around to. There's the via. That via right there. That is a well-traveled trace. Let me see if I even. That trace went so long, I'm not even sure I'm looking at the same trace. Oh, I am. Okay, there's continuity. Never mind. So that's not a trace break there. Okay. Let's continue our search. I think that's all just something on the board. Trying to look where there's scratches. Alright, that scratches nothing. I don't think that's anything. There's some scratches around this area. Yeah, it could probably. I mean, that is probably the next step. Because I probably should just put this board in the ultrasonic cleaner. There is enough crusted crud on this board that. Yeah, this board should probably go in the ultrasonic cleaner. It and. Actually, maybe that's not a bad idea to just go ahead and do. If I start this now. need distilled water to rinse this. I'm out of distilled water. I usually rinse the boards with distilled water to make sure I don't, because otherwise I think it leaves deposits behind. So I'm out of distilled water. Yeah, nothing's coming together tonight. I keep forgetting to get distilled water because this board is not showing. Yeah, this board's like the most dead of the three. And again, maybe. All right, maybe I can rinse it with tap water and then isopropyl alcohol and it would kind of be nice if I could. All three kind of need to be ultrasonically cleaned. Because this board here is still slarmy. Sadmax says that's usually how I do it, tap water and then isopropyl. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. So this one's got the bad RAM chip. This one's the one that it's just making popping noises. Alright. And then this one I get no video out, but it passes diagnostics. I was kind of wondering if it needs ultrasonically cleaned. Like maybe there's crud under the video chip or something. I can't remember. You know, I might have actually ultrasonically cleaned this board though. But I can't remember. It's been so long since I worked on it last. Alright, we'll at least take the processors out. My dishwasher is broken. So I will not be putting these boards in my dishwasher, even if I did put boards in dishwashers. I can't put this board in my dishwasher. How's that for brutal honesty? And I'm not sure my dishwasher is worth fixing. I am going to someday. I'm going to next week's stream dishwasher recapping. One of these days, I am going to see if I can get the control boards out and see if there's a component that's failed. Because I've already looked at the price of a new control board and it's not worth it. All right, I just put those two boards in the ultrasonic cleaner. Yeah, I was putting boards in the ultrasonic cleaner. Cian says, can't fit the dishwasher in the ultrasonic cleaner either. And actually, I can't fit my ultrasonic cleaner in my dishwasher. Mega says, we can hear that. Oh, I bet you can hear it. Oh, did I forget to turn filters back on? Oh no, you probably just can't hear it in the background because it's... Yep. Sadback says, it's not the worst thing I've heard. Oh, you only hear it when I'm talking. Okay, yeah, that's because I've got a noise gate. Okay. Let's come back to this board here. It's got a data bus error. David says, my tinnitus is all the filter I need. Yes, I would like another 475 board. One that's an actual parts board. Yes, I could use that. All right, let's see if we can find a memory chip to put on this board. So this is a 1 megabit by 4-bit memory chip. Oh, thank you. So let's see if I've got like a sim. Or something that might have one of those chips on it. So I think I am looking for a 4 megabyte sim. Oh, here we go. M514400C70SJ. Yeah, I believe this is a compatible memory chip. Oh. Capcom says it's missing one of the big chips on the left, the CUDA chip, and one memory chip. Does not have a CPU. Awesome. I have the perfect CPU for the parts board. It is missing a pin. It is a totally important pin. It'll be perfect for the parts board. Yes, of course, the 68040 that I have that's missing a pin, of course it would be an important pin, but it's also not a 68040. There's two little letters in the part number that, at least I'm glad that the chip that I have that has a missing pin is actually a 68LC040. So it's missing a pin and a math coprocessor. Hi, Game Doc. Welcome. We are about to steal a memory chip from a sim to try to fix a board. Although, I am just going to sanity check myself to make sure that I got the right data bit. And that I haven't, gotten things mixed up. So, let's go ahead and power this Mac up again. I'm not going to bother putting VRAM on it because it's not going to get far enough. I'm not going to plug video in. It's not going to get far enough. All right, I believe this is... Yep, this is the board I thought it was. I did not get boards mixed up. And it should... Oh, it's gonna... Oh, it didn't respond from the ROM check test. Okay, but this is the board. And I did write D12 on my table last night, so I'm fairly sure D12 is the correct data bus bit. And I'm going to check the schematic just to make sure that I remember that it is U9. That is the RAM chip on that data bit. So U9. There we go. D12. Yep, D12 is on U9. Okay. All right, so this is U9 right here. I should probably write something on the chip so that I don't get things mixed up while desoldering. But I think what I'll do is I will remove this chip, and then I will retry the test. Well, actually, that might be unnecessary. Now, we'll just remove this chip, and then we'll steal one from this sim. Probably if I was really thinking, I would have had a PC set up to run a memory check on it. But what's the chances that I would... what's the chances that I would try to replace a bad memory chip with a bad memory chip? Actually, maybe I don't want to know the probability. Oh, should probably turn my fan back on. There we go. That was just low melt solder, which is designed for removing surface mount chips. And it was just a matter of getting enough heat. To get the chip off the board. There we go. As Joey Does Tech would say, lovely jubbly or something like that. Lovely jubbly. He's British. I don't know what the saying is. Actually, I think I will try to rerun the diagnostic. I know it's going to fail, but it would be good to know that it doesn't, like, still report data bit 12, because that might mean that the schematic I'm looking at in the diagnostic test have a mismatch of opinions. But we have a clean removal, and I don't see any... I don't think I see any trace damage on... So data line 12 is pin 1. I guess we can... Well, actually... I think that warrants some more investigation before I put a RAM chip back on it. Wow, that does not look good. Alright, so there's our via. And there's our pad. Alright, we still have continuity, supposedly. Hey, hardware hacker, welcome. However, do we have continuity to the other side of the board? That would be a good question. Let me see if I can find a little component or a little component lead or something that'll fit down in that via. Because that's about the only way I'm going to be able to find it on the other side. Oh wow, that's way too big. Let me See if I can find my bell wire. There it is. All right. David Starbucks says, looks fine to me, not missing much of the pads. Yeah. Oh, I don't think this bell wire is going to fit through that via. Kind of hoping to figure out where that goes on the other side of the board, but all right. Okay, I know I'm off screen. But I think I found the via that goes to. I thought I did. What I'm doing is I'm holding the board up to a light and trying to put my finger next to the via. And I don't think we have a connection. I think that RAM chip might be good. I think the via's busted, but I'm having trouble locating the via because I think it's one of. Let me mark it. I think it might be. I think it might be this via right here. No, I don't think it. Basically, what I'm trying to do is. Oh no, it's not that via. It's It's actually, I think, this via. Probably going to have to look at the schematic and see where. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. So data lam 12 on the sim socket is pin 26. And pin 2 is oh, there we go. Pin 64 and pin 30 are ground. And pin 10 is ground. Okay. 10, 30, and 64. So that'll help me find the even side of the sim pins. So pin 64 is ground. So these are our two ground pins. All right, that's pin 64. That's weird. Pin 64 is connected to ground. But I cannot confirm that pin 30 is connected to ground. Oh, no, that's because I counted wrong. Hold on. All right. All right. So I'm pretty sure this is pin 32, 30, 28, or 36, 34, 32, 30, 28, 26. This should be pin 26 right here. I'm trying to find the via. Should probably go flip the the ultrasonic cleaner's kicked off, I should probably... Let's flip the boards. So the via I'm looking for is right there. I'm looking for the via that I did not cover in marker. How's that for... So it should be... Yeah, it should be that via right there. Because it's connected to pin 26. Alright, so we got continuity there. And we should have continuity here. And we do. Alright, so now that I found the via, if I put one probe on the via, no, there's our break. That's our break. I mean, granted, yesterday we did think that via looked bad, but that via is bad. Granted, some of these other traces don't look that hot either, but... I mean, there are two ways I can fix this board. I was just using you, multimeter. Well, actually, I think one of them won't work. I think I do have to fix that broken trace. Well, that's annoying. Apparently, Apple numbered the instead of giving the video RAM sims like J4 and J5 designators, apparently one of them is pins 1 through 68 and the other one's pins 69 through 136. And it looks like data line 12 is on pin 128, 126. $122 should be a ground. All right. I'm thinking I do have to fix this because I believe. All right. So this is going to be pin. I think that's going to be pin 136. 34. Maybe those aren't connected together. I'm trying to figure out how the video RAM. All right, so there's that. And then there's another trace that comes off. Oh. Underneath. Let me guess. That all goes up to the video chip. U18. Oh no. Ah, okay. I don't think data line 12 goes to the video chip. Okay, so there might be. All right, one thing I could do is run a Bodge wire. I could run a Bodge wire, although it's going to be messy because I would have to run it from the chip and around the bottom and then tack it onto the SIM slot. It would make data line 12 a lot longer than the other data lines. Because I don't have a wire that'll fit down the via. Because it's a really tiny via. Pentium MMX, welcome. Haven't seen a Mac LC475 that dead. I don't think I can drill a hole there because I don't know what's between layers. This is a 4-layer board. So I'm gonna call that no, I can't drill a hole. Well, and Pentium MMX, the problem is that the via for data line 12 is broken. Yeah, the via goes all the way through. But I don't have a drill bit small enough. And I don't know that there's not another layer. Yeah, there's way too much to try to drill it. I'm going to have to run a line. Ironically, I mean, they do usually route around via some, but I don't know. I don't know what the inner layers look like, so I'm not going to. And I don't have a drill bit that small. Because here's. Jesse says I wouldn't drill either. Well, I mean, I don't have a drill bit to try to drill it, so you don't have to worry about me drilling it. But that's our via right there. Which on this side of the board looks like plenty of space to potentially drill. But on this side of the board, it's that it's that via that has no marker on top of it. Those two traces it's between are way too close. Yeah, it's not a via, it's a crater. Yeah, my best bet is to actually tack the Bodge wire to the SIM slot. Yeah, I'm gonna bodge it up. And then I gotta put that memory chip back on, because the memory chip was probably fine. I am kind of doing this under duress, because I really don't like making memory traces significantly longer than the others. Although, granted, this is probably not new enough that it'll really matter, but you do get to a point in memory technology where it does matter, and you can't get away with it. Hey, Dave. Gutbaum, I realize that the reality of the facts is one thing, but what my brain thinks is another, and my brain doesn't like it. Also, for some reason, my My wire strippers are not stripping my Kynar wire. Alright, so this is 30 gauge solid. There we go. Alright, so I'm pretty sure that's the one we need to tack on. Right there. I'm going to have to zoom. Right, there we go. I had to move it up so I can see. Alright. I'm not really kicking myself for removing the memory chip. I was probably going to have to remove it anyways. Because of that via, to confirm that the via was broken. I mean, I could have probably just run a Bodge wire, but I probably really did need to confirm it was broken. And that was going to require removing the chip. Because honestly, with the broken via there, it needed inspected to make sure there was nothing else broken in the area. Alright, so there's our happy little Bodge wire, which I'm going to just run between the other pins of the actually I'm gonna run it there. Oh, let me go back to table cam. I'll just run it right along there and we'll come back around. And I'm actually going to put the memory chip back on. And then I'll probably tack that to the leg of the memory chip. All right, so for those of you that just joined, this is the first board I looked at yesterday, and I just dropped the spool of Kynar wire, so yay, I'll get to respool that later. It fell on the floor. We confirmed that the first board I was looking at yesterday that we got a data bus error on bit D12. I confirmed that the via was broken. So that's what this Bodge wire is for. It will hopefully reconnect data bit 12. This RAM chip is probably okay. I don't have a way of testing it out of the system, so all I'm going to be able to do is put it back in and run the diagnostic. Alright, I think I got all the low melt solder off of it. Looks like I got the chip off with fairly cleanly. So I'll just, well, first I'll put some flux on the board. And then I'll see if I can't get this chip back on. And hopefully I can get it on in a way that you'll never know that I had it off. And it'll probably be evident. All right. I know I bridged pins. I'm just trying to get the chip tacked on. All right. Let's see. Add extra flux. There we go. All right, that looks good. And I think that looks good. All right. So now let me take my happy little Bodge wire that I will run around the board. I will allow a little slack to make it easier to install. Trim it like so. I will strip it just a little bit. Like so. And then I am going to try to tack it to pin 1. If I can manage it, I'll tack it to the pad. There, I think I got it so that I'll get the side of the leg. Oh wow, that is well, I didn't quite get it tacked the way I wanted it, but that is a solder joint and it looks like it's holding. So yeah. So there we go. Plug some power in. Let's plug some VRAM in. Just trying to get a matching set so that I know that they're the same value. All right, let's plug our serial port in. Let's plug our keyboard in. Let's plug our speaker in. All right, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I need the battery. Three, two, one. Oh, so sad. All right, I guess I should have known that was too easy. All right, well, let's. All right, let's see what it's complaining about now. Hmm. Memory size calculation failure. Well, it would help if it would give me a error. Yeah, I know that Bodge is connecting the right thing because data bit 12 is pin 1 on U9. But I guess I could check to make sure I didn't bridge other pins. That is a fair question. All right, so pin 26 on the sim does appear to be connected to pin 1 of this memory chip. Okay, and I don't have a bridge there. This is data bit 12 on the sim is pin 26. No, wait. Pin 57. No, we're not connecting the right thing. Of course not. Probably also means I got the wrong. Or is that the right pin? All right, let me check something here. I'm confused now. Because the thing is, I followed the via that I thought was connected to the memory pin. Problem was I got pins mixed up on the hold on. I'm confused now. I followed the trace on the bottom of the board to make the bodge. from what I thought was the correct via for that memory chip, based on trying to sort out things that I saw on the bottom side of the board. But obviously, I picked the wrong trace. Okay, on the ROM sim, it's pin 26 on the ROM sim. Should be data line 12. That should be pin 26 right there. Okay. And we have a connection. So I do have, that is data line 12. Now, on the sim slot, because it's possible that maybe there was a blind via. All right. It's pin 57 is data line 12. All right. Yeah, it's 57. So I'm what the. So 72, 71, 70, 69, 68, 67, 66, 65, 64, 63, 62, 61, 60, 59, 58, 57. And I got a connection. All right, I don't want to do this. I still have a connection. I have a connection, so what in the world is that via for that I dodged to? That, yeah, that bodge wire was not necessary. I I mean, I'm kind of thinking there might still be something broken, but it's not. Seemingly not data line 12. All right, let's try this again. I probably, I mean, the bodge wire was going to be. Maybe the chip just needed reflowed, and maybe if I plug everything in and turn it on, then it'll just magically work. Or not. Oh, it does help to plug the speaker in, right? Okay. Now, the thing is, this machine was sometimes just not continuing at the ROM checksum test. I don't know, Gupum. I don't know where that V is going to be able to bodge it. The thing I bodged where I thought that via was going, but that bodge wire was to a wrong data line. So I don't know. I don't know where the via is going. Open the log. Oh, it looks like it threw a unhandled exception. Operation is timed out. Star R. It looks like Star R was the last thing that responded. Jack says it's trying to execute setup code that requires functional RAM. Well, the the thing is, I have been able to get this to show a data bus error on the same board. I don't know if this log is just tonight or if it. This looks like. Oh, this is just tonight. Okay. Okay, it's since I started the program. Okay, so we're trying to do something that requires functional RAM. I obviously don't have functional RAM. It's 11 o'clock. Tried to bodge. I bodged just something that I don't think was the right thing. Same thing. It 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 did the same thing. It did the get machine ID and machine unknown banner whatever, and then the ROM checksum test didn't respond. No, it did not tell me D8 through D15 are bad. With the chip off, get status. So it did this same thing here. I know it's hard to read, but it did a get status, memory size calculation failure, get machine ID, machine unknown, and then a ROM checksum test. Target didn't respond. I think I'm running the most recent version. 1.0.89. Wait. Hold please while I try to figure out what I did. I should have probably deleted the old version. Okay, so I opened Oh, okay. I opened the wrong folder tonight. Yeah, you sent me. Okay, this is .90. You sent it to me. Somehow I opened the wrong one tonight. But it did the same thing. That's failing the same way. I mean, seriously, last night I got a data bus error D12. Just try running the data bus test. Yeah. Target did not respond. All right, let me. Yeah, I figured that. I restarted it. Target did not respond. It's yeah. It's for some reason it's just hanging. And I noticed this last night too. It'll if you go back and watch the replay, I got the data bus test to run once, and then the machine became uncooperative for some reason, and I can't tell you what I did to make it uncooperative. But then I think I let the board cool down, not that it was hot, and I got the data bus test to run again. So maybe I should power it off and let it sit for 5 minutes and then try running it. Yeah, it's like not. I have no scientific basis for it, but I'm going to let it sit for 5 minutes and cool down. Jack says, I feel like this means there's something more than just this potentially bad data line going on. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering that too. The audio jack's rusty. But I mean that's the board otherwise looks fine. But yeah, I'm kind of with you. I'm wondering if there's something more than that data line test. Like, can I send you the current log on Discord? Sure. Ooh. How about let me send you... I'll send you all the logs I have in the reconnaissance directory. Because that might even give you the log from where it was cooperative, and then you won't have to try to figure out where in the live stream it was cooperating. You can just look at the log. Because I know I'm not crazy. I did get it to actually run. Alright, so let me, let's see here. Whoops. Copy where that's at. Paste. And, alright. And let's, yeah. There, you should have them on Discord. I don't know which one's which. Although at least they're date stamped, so you could probably ignore the one from the 23rd where I was trying to bodge a cable together. Yeah, ignore the one from the 23rd, but it does look like the one from last night's there. So hopefully you'll see where it did run. I did get it to run once or twice, and it told me data bit 12. So, yeah, hopefully that'll help you. Yep. Oh, yeah, and the parts you suggested worked like a charm. That was way easier than trying to bodge a cable together with random parts in the basement. All right, let me go turn the boards in my ultrasonic cleaner over so I can at least have boards to rinse before I go to bed so they can dry overnight. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'm really not sure there's much to do this board. I am kind of somewhat thinking there's more than meets the eye here. Sadmex says, so what you're saying, it's a robot in disguise. Yeah. Ah, Jack says, so there's good news. The data bus test is not completely flailing. It's actually moving on to the next step. Oh, failing. I guess the test not completely failing does make more sense than not completely flailing. Although, reference my statement where we think this is a robot in disguise, and it could be flailing. Its invisible arms.
Help me, help me! I'm an LC475 board and I want to run.
David David says, so it's failing successfully. Yeah. Part of me wonders what would happen if I just remove all those RAM chips and put a sim in, but part of me wonders if there's like some other tests we can run to see if there's other problems with this board. Sadmex says, he said more than meets the eye. I had to run with the Transformers reference. Yeah. I am curious. All right, let's. David says, other than the fact it's an almost 40-year-old computer. 30. 30 years old. I think the LC475 is from 93. I guess that's going to be a 33-year-old computer. Yes, I'm clicking buttons to see if see what things do. Yeah, I don't want to remove the RAM chips. Jack says, so the thing that's hanging is actually attempting to disable the caches. Well, now that's interesting. Wait a minute. David says, so remove the cache chips. Well, there are no cache chips. Gupum says, reseat the CPU. I have reseated the CPU so many times, but I did just notice something on my bench. Oh, never mind. Okay. I was about to say, I didn't fall for putting the pinless CPU in, did I? Yeah, the cache is internal to the CPU. Jack says, the problem is almost certainly main RAM related. do not like these CPU sockets. It is just about near impossible to get the CPU out. You know, come to think of it, this is the board that had the... This is the board that had the processor in it that the pin fell off. No, it's not. Or is it? No, this is not the board the pin fell off in. Never mind. The board the pin fell off in is in the ultrasonic cleaner. All right, so I'm going to put my other 68LC040 in. After putting some deoxit here. All right. Oh, it does help to fully seat the processor. Oh, there we go. I got the data bus error. Do I maybe have a CPU that's bad? Yeah, I swapped CPUs. Jack says I was compiling and zipping things. Yeah, I swapped CPUs. And I got the test to run to give me the data bus error. So if I put the other CPU back in, oh, go over to main. Okay, good thing you stopped me. I'll stop trying to swap CPUs. All right, go to manual tests. All right. I am going to draw a question mark on this other processor. Run the mod 3 RAM test. All right. Yep, it said. Target Mac did not respond as expected. Once you get control back, run the data bus range test. Did not respond. Well, I guess. Oh. Change start address to 0004400 and link to 4. Alright, data bus range test again. Did not respond. Run diagnostics from home tab again. That looks like it's doing what the well, I did start to try to remove the processor, but I didn't manage to get my tool under it. Or at least I don't think I did. I didn't get my tool under the processor. I pushed the processor back down. I didn't feel anything, but bad solder joint. Ooh. Oh, go back to manual test and try running that test again. Alright. You said it was target did not respond. And you did say it was start address 0004400 and link the 4, correct? And you did stop me before I touched the logic board, so Jack says, I do wonder about a solder joint somewhere that's being flaky. Alright. Alright. Let me see what I see. that was not me totally dropping the speaker on the floor like a person that drops everything on the floor. Because I am a person that seems to drop everything on the floor, so we don't need a simile. I do know that the solder joints do look weird on the overhead view. No, I don't know if this board's gone through the ultrasonic. You know that the hold on. I have a thought here. All right. Oh wait, but this isn't the board that I pulled this processor out of. I don't think it is. I was about to say, maybe I should check whatever pin that was in case, like, I cracked it pulling the processor out. I think that is an important signal pin. I mean, you know, it might be faster for these processor pins to just reflow them than to inspect them. Oh, that pin right there. That totally looks sus. But I don't think it's actually cracked because it's not moving one bit when I don't think it's cracked, but doesn't that just looks I'm thinking it's just the I mean maybe it wouldn't hurt to reflow the Yeah, Jack's got a good point. Wondering if we should consider residue somewhere being an issue. This is the Sims. Well, I don't have a Sim in. Here's the pin that I accidentally bodged to. I don't think a cracked solder joint on the Sim slot's going to cause a problem with no Sims. Alright, I guess. Alright, I guess. If we're going to do it, although I don't think any of those are cracked. I think I would almost rather just run this through the ultrasonic cleaner first. I am going to remove the processor. Jack says, I predict you end up taking off all the RAM chips at some point. All right. I didn't really want to do this, but I'm thinking desperate times call for desperate measures. I'm going to just remove the RAM, and then we're going to put a sim in, and wish there was a way to just disable this RAM without removing it. But whatever. Apple probably never intended. I think Upbum did call it that I'd probably eventually remove the RAM. I'm still not sure this will fix it, but there does seem to be a bigger problem than just one bit. So I guess this lets me rule out that there's crud under the memory. I guess that I can always put this back on at some point. All right. Well, I mean, I guess that's a good enough experiment, Jack. Um, I mean, I guess if removing the RAM helps us figure out um, questions about diagnostics, then I'm all for a good science experiment. I am noticing this solder is like Thomas asking, any life from the LC? I mean, I'm removing the onboard memory in an attempt to bypass it. Ah, Jack said the logs were very helpful. Awesome. Yep, this is going to be a little messy to clean up probably, but so far it looks like I've managed to get all of the RAM chips up. Up and off the board with no damage. So I've noticed something while using this, that there's like a temperature this will cool to that you can just basically do what I just did very carefully and like just pick up the ball of low melt solder off the board while it's just warm enough to have not solidified on the pads. And then it'll cool down in your tweezers and while you're picking it up, and then you just drop it as a ball of low melt solder. It's to try to reduce a little bit of the amount of solder wick I'm going to need to clean the board. I'm not going to worry about the memory chips. Honestly, at this point, if I do put memory back on this board, I'll probably will maybe steal memory from a sim that I'm able to run a memory test on first to make sure the memory's good. Because at this point, I'd be afraid that if I yeah solder too much more on this board that I'll end up ripping traces. I think one reason I'm able to do this is the board was warm enough to keep it molten. Just enough, and then you start to pick it up off the board and it cools down. So now I should be able to, there we go, move that one off and move that little ball off. So now I should be able to clean these pads off fairly quickly. Basically, I just want to get any low melt solder off that might be bridging pads. Let me apply flux. And let's see. Wick. Ah. You know, if I was thinking, I would have named this John. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll be here all night. I'm waiting for the chat to groan. Yeah, no doubt. I guess why this works is I guess Apple's memory controller is flexible enough as to which bank has memory in it first, and by removing the DRAM chips, I guess basically we just depopulated the first bank of memory. There we go. That looks pretty clean, and other than the fact that it's going to be a huge pile of flux, which while the board is somewhat warm, let me. Start to wipe some of that up. All right. I guess due to what time it is, because this is going to be like pretty much the last thing I'm going to be able to do. All right, let me diagnostic, keyboard, speaker. All right, so I'm presuming I'm going to get a SAD Mac now because there's no RAM. Oh, no, it just probably... It chimed and then probably crashed. All right. Because there was no memory. I thought it would SAD Mac, but... All right, so this is just a random sim. I have no idea if it's compatible with this Mac. We SAD Mac'd. All right. Data bus test failed. Failed for data bits 0, 4, 11 through 12, 15, 17 through 20, 22 to 23, 25 to 27, 30 to 31. All right. Tell me the sim might not be. Okay, maybe that sim's not actually good. Let me maybe put some contact cleaner in the socket in case I got flux in the socket. Which is going to require me to open. Jack says it's possible the sim might not be compatible. Let's assume that first. Yeah, that probably is. All right, I am going to contact clean the socket anyways, in case I got flux in the socket. But yeah, I'm just going to assume that sim is probably not compatible. It's a Hewlett-Packard sim, so... How about, let me just go steal... let me... HP memory, ew, Jack says. The Mac knows. Yeah, let me go swipe a sim from a LC3. That should be compatible. the sim even says Mac on it. No, actually it says AMC, but whatever. It was in an LC3. Alright, well, those memory clips aren't the best. Alright. Wow. Data bus failed. That's a lot of failure. I'm gonna hold the sim down. I don't think that's... Wow. That's... Yeah, we're getting a whole bunch of... Yeah, actually, the sim socket might not be... No, I don't know. I was expecting the RAM sim to work too. Especially because I used one that came out of an LC3 that's marked fast page memory. Alright, I'll try one more sim, but then that's pretty much... I mean, well, Jack, you did say it seems like there might be more to this board than just a simple data bus failure. Jack's asking, there are muxes on this board, right? No, I do not believe there are muxes on this board. Or if there are, I think they're on the chipset. Yeah, we got like a boatload of data lines that are... Yeah, I think we're all right. Oh, sorry. I'm thinking this board might... Jack says, lol. So when you put the RAM chips back on, if it's no longer D12, then you'll know which chip it is. Alright, I guess the only thing I can do to this board now is ultrasonically clean it. And hope that this last failure is... that there is some... Although, quite honestly, I'm thinking it's probably a not worth it, but... Because it seems like removing the RAM has changed one data bit error to like half of them or more. I didn't count. Someone can go back and count the number of data bit errors but yeah, I'm thinking this board may actually be Texas. I think it probably means the memory controller is not getting initialized properly. Well, in that case, that might be that this board I'm wondering if maybe one of the ASICs is just dead or dying on the board. I don't think removing those memory chips resulted in me like losing a surface mount component, because there was no surface mounts missing that were underneath the RAM chips. So I will probably ultrasonically clean this board to see if that does anything. But given the fact that the audio jack is rusty, so I was already going to have to swap that. And I have a data bus failure. This might be my parts board, because I don't know where the memory controller is, but it's probably in one of these two ASICs. Because that's the SCSI chip. That's some Zalog chip. I don't know what that is, but that's probably that's not a memory controller. That might be, maybe that's the serial. Oh, that may be the super serial chip. There's our serial line drivers. That's the video. I think that's video. Yeah. Memory controller is U3. Oh, yeah. That's the VLSI chip there. I guess I should probably ultrasonically clean the board. And then I guess I could check the resistors to make sure there's not like one that's shorted. Although it would be more than one at this point. But yeah, that board's going to... I'm going to ultrasonically clean it. And that is where we're going to have to draw the stream to a close tonight. Because... yeah, I'm going to have to remove the two boards from my ultrasonic cleaner and rinse them and let them dry overnight. But yeah, this actually, because the question has been called, U3 has been marked. So, because the question has been called that the memory controller may have a problem, or one of the resistor packs. But anyway, and of course, I'm going to ultrasonically clean the board, and that mark will go away in the water. So, that was more for show than anything. But anyways, yeah, with that, I'm going to draw this stream, and Macintosh ended 8 minutes ago in my time zone. So, Thursday, April Apples, we're going to be looking at Computer and trying to get the tape off the case so I can put Computer back together and it looks halfway decent. So anyways, yeah. So Thursday, first April Apple stream on the channel. Try to get Computer back together. And then I've got a 2-week streaming break. And Jack says there's still 51 minutes of Macintosh left here. Well, I got to work later this morning. So yeah, then I'm gonna have a 2-week streaming break. I got things I got to do that require my attention. And then VCF East, I'll be at VCF East the 17th through the 19th. And then once I'm back from VCF East, I will resume my usual streaming schedule. I will, though, try to join Dave's stream on... Oh, wait, it's Easter. I was about to say I'd try to join his stream on Sunday, but then I realized it's Easter. Okay, I still may be able to join Dave's stream if he has one. I'll at least try to join for a little while. But anyways, yeah. So, with that, yep. I thank you all for joining me, hanging out, being cool, the moral support as I tried to get an LC475 to work, and so far, the only one that works is the one I bought from Japan. It should still work. Then then I'm just trying to make one board work so I can put the dealer upgrade 475 back together. So, yeah. With that, I hope to see you all here on Thursday. Yeah, we'll figure it out. So don't worry, the LC475 will be back. We will figure it out. Sloopy says that is 2 more LC475s than I have. Well, at the moment, only 1 more than you have, because non-working isn't an LC475. It's just an empty case of sadness. Well, I have 3 LC475 logic boards and 1 LC475. Well, okay. So I have 2 LC475s, one of which the logic board that was in it was broken. So I bought 2 more logic boards to try to fix it. But then I have another LC475 that's in working condition. And this was me wanting a LC475 with an auto-inject floppy drive. Probably the most ridiculous reason to buy an LC475 was to get one auto-inject, and then I come to discover that it was actually a dealer upgrade. And Sloopy says, well, I have none working or otherwise. Well, so at the moment I only have 1 working LC475, and it's just a... Jack says, seems like your luck with LC475s is somewhat similar to your luck with 2SIs. Yeah. 2SI. Anyways, yeah, so Thursday we will take a break from the LC475 and we'll actually do April Apples. Then maybe later in the month of April we'll have to come back to the LC475 because it probably won't be able to wait forever. Yeah, I mean, I do have a working 2SI, and it's got I upgraded the processor speed by changing the processor oscillator. And it works. It just took me buying 4 2SIs to get one working. But hopefully later this year I'll get maybe at least 1 more of them working. But yeah, with that, I am getting tired and I'm babbling, so I would like to go to bed soon. So with that, I hope to see you all here next time. And yeah, where we'll have some fun with computer. So take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.